Can you hear me now? Yeah, good, wonderful. Okay, good morning, everybody. Oh, thank you, Jason, for letting me know. I didn't see because it was too far from me to see which channel I was on. I was on the Puja channel. So. Okay. Sure. So now let's start with the disturbing the slumber of ignorance. So it's right. Okay. Okay. I tried to compile the new recitation, but I could not finish it, so we'll do the same recitation. So visualize that Guru Rinpoche, along with the Dakas and Dakinis, playing this beautiful music and then singing this song, disturbing the sleep of ignorance. We wake up to that environment. Ke mai ke hui kam den re ke bo ma re te mo wang ge ma ne pa zin ru ngar ke dan da yar long dan to me de ne da lai to ge ma ma re wang ge ne luen de join ge da ne ma ne ko sum ge la Ke gai na che dung ai me she sam de ren zam yang da pe ko ka me ru lai chen ru ke ben de lai ba da re che bu den de de ru de de Nyomle ngang la he dimbe dima yin chi wai som la ha drumba ha taru kyan. Tse la long me che gen som me cha he de tse me tsere deng she man to hom la. Ke boi ke ni sembe je je rong chen ham da me tong jen chen dan chen. Jumai make joy melam zonen dan jeze don kere mi yoro melam zonen dan jeze don kere dan jai dan buru je chudai chuburu mi yoro jumbai so she jai jume pe chu de jendo kode chenam keke she parege Chenai ranjin ke wai me ba ende ne me ga me do me ba mi me tse mai me chen sam jen de den den don bara jawe de la ba insert insert okay, back to page 1 in the insert. O alas, alas, fortunate child of Buddha nature, do not be oppressed by the forces of ignorance and delusion, but rise up now with resolve and courage. Entranced by ignorance from beginningless time until now, you have had more than enough time to sleep, so do not slumber any longer, but strive after virtue with body, speech, and mind. Are you oblivious to the sufferings of birth, old age, sickness, and death? There is no guarantee that you'll survive even past this very day. The time has come for you to develop perseverance in your practice. So, at this singular opportunity, you could attain the everlasting bliss of Buddhahood. So, now is certainly not the time to sit idly, but starting with the reflection on death, you should bring your practice to completion. The moments of our life are not expendable, and the possible circumstances of death are beyond imagination. If you do not achieve an undaunted confident security now, what point is there in your being alive, O fortunate being? All phenomena are ultimately selfless, empty, and free from conceptual elaboration. In their dynamic, they resemble an illusion, mirage, dream, or reflected image. A Gandharvastiti, an echo, a reflection of the moon in water. A bubble, an optical illusion, or an intangible emanation. You should know that all things of cyclic existence and nirvana accord in nature with these 10 similes of illusory phenomena. All phenomena are naturally unborn. They neither abide nor cease, neither come nor go. They are without objective referent or characteristics, ineffable and free from thought. The time has come for these truths to be realized. Namo Guru Be, Namo Dewa Be, Namo Dhaki Be, Namo Guru Be, Namo Dewa Be, Namo Dhaki Be. Homage to the Guru, homage to the Idam, homage to the Dakini. both your nostrils. Okay. Now, page 3 in the Nyingthig Mandro. And then short sumpati. Om Ahum Chivam Rame Le Join Me Se Ne Vemara Nambe Dorje Se Sumbo Ale Kale Takoro Tendre Mute Chenwa Dambu Yigrule Pechen Gewa Seche Chepene Larde Ngagre Dane Sundoroje Chinlai Ngedru Tamche Tom Parayanjur Om Ahum, fire rising from Ram syllable consumes my tongue, transforming it into a three-pronged Vajra of red light. In its center are the vowels and consonants, surrounded by the mantra, the essence of interdependent origination. From these syllables, like a string of pearls, light rays stream out, making offerings to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, pleasing them. As these rays return, all obscurations of my speech are purified, and I receive all the blessings and siddhis of Vajra speech. A a I I U U re re le le e I O A nga ha ka ka nga cha 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 na ta ta da da ta ta da da na ba ba ma ya ra la wa sha sa sa ha cha om ye dharma he tu prabhava he tu deshan tata gato haya vandata deshan cha yo nirhoda evam vadi mahashramana swaha a I U re re le le e I O A nga ha ka ka ga ga nga cha 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 na da 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 na ta ta da da na pa 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 ma ya ra la wa sha sa sa ha cha Om ye dharma hetu prabhava hetun shantata gato haya vadata te shancha yo nirodha evam vadi mahashramana swaha a a I U re re le le e I O au angaha ka 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 ga nga cha 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 na ta ta da da na ta ta da da na pa 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 ma Yara lawa shasa saha cha om ye dharma hetu prabhava hetun te shantata gato haya vadata te shanchayo nirhoda evam vadi mahashramana swaha a I U re re le le e I O au anga ka ka ga ga nga cha 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 na da 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 na ta ta da da na pa 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 ma ya ra la wa sha sa sa ha cha om ye dharma hetu prabhava hetu te Hayavadata te shanchayo niroda evam vadi mahashramana swaha a I U re re li li e I O awangaha ka ka ga ga nga cha 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 na ta ta da da na ta ta da da pa 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 ma ya ra la wa sha sa sa ha cha om ye dharma hetu prabhava hetu te shantata gato haya vadata te shanchayo nirodha evam vadi mahashramana swaha a I U re re li li e I O au angaha Ka 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 ga nga cha 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 na da 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 na da 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 na pa 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 ma ya ra la wa sha sa sa ha cha om ye dharma hetu prabhava hetu deshan tata gato haya va tata deshan cha yo nirodha evam vadi maha shamana swaha a a e o re re le le e I o avanga ka 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 ga nga cha 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 na da 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 na ta ta da da na pa 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 ma yara lawa sha sa sa ha cha om ye dharma hetu prabhava hetu deshan tata gato haya vadatta deshan cha yo nirodha evam vadi maha shramana swaha. Okay, now calling the Lama from afar. Page 13. So bring in your motivation that in order to bring all motherly sentient beings to the state of perfect and complete Buddhahood, I will engage in this preliminary practice of the hot essence of the vast expanse and the mind training, and to do so, that I invoke the blessings of the Lama. Lama ke Lama ke Lama ke Nyingthig ke sar she pa de cham che ten che lama yar la le dan mo dambe zer wa ye ke wa hai ngem ba dan la cho pe che Chiwara de che korle je dojo tenda shi je kuncha shen so se. O Lama, please think of me. O Lama, please think of me. O Lama, please think of me. From the blossoming lotus of devotion at the center of my heart, arise, O kind Lama, my only refuge, in order to protect me, the miserable, unfortunate one, who is overwhelmingly tormented by karma and mental affliction. I pray that you remain as the jewel ornament on the crown chakra of great bliss, arousing all of my mindfulness and awareness. Dezum zange tam jige ngo kuje dane balden lama damba la sewa de so dala wanguro jinge laptos sablamge tombai ke barajen julai ke wara jinge laptos kadai ne loke tawa to barajinge laptos Shundru Naje Yeshe Tarajambara Jenge Labdus. I fervently supplicate to the glorious sacred Lama, the essence of all of the Buddhas of the three times, the embodiment of the four Kayas. I pray that you grant me blessings and empowerments. I pray that you bless me so that the extraordinary realization of the profound path arises in me. I pray that you bless me to realize the view of the primordial purity of the abiding nature. I pray that you bless me to perfect the wisdom of the four visions of spontaneous presence. I fervently supplicate to the glorious sacred Lama, the essence of all of the Buddhas of the three times, the embodiment of the three Kayas. I pray that you grant me blessings and empowerments. I pray that you bless me so that the extraordinary realization of the profound path arises in me. I pray that you bless me to realize the view of the primordial purity of the abiding nature. I pray that you bless me to perfect the wisdom of the four visions of spontaneous presence. Okay. Page 17. Daring wayin do dindro don tseren hadan la loy lo dai jen sangye ma jen jeng dai kung ba yin de me kom ge le tarwe dal wa han jur wang bo chang dan yu le ge le tai ma lo ten la den ba Rani jorwa nga sai sangye jen che son den ba ne dan de la jo shine dambe zendan jen joro nga tam che rang la chang we ne to ken mai nge ba me be ze ban ne je den pa re ne do sen ba lo na che le gu je gu ro ken lam ge men ba ra ma don kun ge Niso me do jen chen lama ken dare den 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 ye ma je na chine tarbe drube te me ne de dwe ten la se nam se jo shiwe wo to ingen so ingen dro cham ge de me she che ke drame Gyue Shedan Mije Tsangre Che Semchen Tsamge Dangdang Rinpa Samnai Mille Tobai Sitai Tsam Mi Hai Che Me Deng Lai Che Tong Che Chen Che Ba Nime Karma Tsam Lo Nai Chen Lai Jur Chen Guru Namgyo Membara Matoi Kungen Je Nisoi Medo Chen Chen Lama Kalte Mille Rinchen Lingchen Yan Lute Zangla Jurpo Cheye Tarba Drube Tendo Mirun Shen Kebara Duke Zendan Dunga Lengen Tonto Babdan Lelo Yen Shenke Denyo Jikcho Chentaraj Monso Trajun Genge Mekom Gen Dalai Cheke Galdara Labens Lona Chele Jurchen Guru Ken Lamge Member Hamadon Gunge Niso Mendo Jinchen Lama Ken Joche Chonjen Depe No Dandra Tese Jambe Chingdan Kunje Zo Mige Dila Mizem Leta Domba Nyamshin Damse Rarwa Inde Riche Loye Mekom Namba Dala Cheke Gandara Hambe Se Lona Chela Jurche Guru Namge Membara Maton Kungenje Nisoy Medo Jinchen Lama Tata Nedan Dunge Gima Zer Jenke Laso Shenwa Majur Rangwan Tobe Dendre Jigdu Hindere Nyomle Ngamdu Deljuro Chusena Kodan Longchen Neda Derwai Da Che Chembara Zongwe Lude Melge Nane Sancho Dongbarake Wadan Jage Keye Drembede Pardu Yona Hanjik Bai Shindu Che Lona Chela Jurche Guru Lamge Membara Maton Gungenje Nisoy Medo Jinchen Lama Kede Leke Namen Chijen Dang Kebara Ngewe Jikten Nisen Changse Sajire Tenge Gulu Ndele Shole Shodan Tolum Barwe Kome Chakim Tumbara Wedembe Barwe Sejin Gibo Toshurze Kunne Tsawe Mesen Gesen Chen Gangre Tukbo Dabdan Chuchangi Chongrong Yang Hen Su Buyo Dre Zhang Re Longge Tabe Langzo Ni Chuburo Chendang Lakbara Dolwa Chen Mrengai Junmi Chepara Demba Ya Chorwa Dung Nakbara Kawa Ye Sangye Rabdan Cheke Neba Shuren Dungeon Sondan Bamba Ge Shawu Tene Labara Ge Dege Dejen Punde Tangla Gangba Sho Ralde Zeldo Lula Chedo Rona Damse Talsen Rame Long Narwe Ne Koro Wadan Jurwa Chen Kodan Kawa Tabdan Tabai So Tatu Kojin Chebe Ne Tsewa Namjang Chobge Gangle Jungwe Ju Shedan Rambe Kunlong Kebe Lona Chela Jurje Guru Ken Lamge Membara Maton Kungenje Nisu Medo Jinchen Lama Ken Dejen Pongla Nyami Gawe Saton Longche Miya Midra Para Sekum Lodara Mine Yenda Richin Dangwei Domnam Namba Zum Kangle Jungwe Juni Senaye Chingla Chiza Sebe Jigwai Che Kojin Chebe Nyamta Langdorama Padai Mebe Dungai Gizerewe Saven Temu Mbara Chamba Handa Lona Chela Jurje Guru Ken Lamge Membara Madon Kungenje Nisu medo jinchen lama ken chelam shoshan neche medo mje. Tekchen gojo shenpen semdan je wanje topjan kezo megompe. Lamgel dille lame derdo sen tawai mato tojo chepa. Gomba yang chang guyu wu gong ta chepa nor chang range me sempe. Chen zhen de le la me del do se nang para che yan ne ge no la se. Na ce yo liang ye zhong zhou shen zhen te pa chong ya yen ten chen do lo. Ma rin de le la me del do se ken kar cho ya di zi ne kor sem. Bai te chan rang yu shing da ra rin dul para ma ya cha da ma shing be. Che ge dille la me del do se ni tu dille nyur do sen do se. Che mun dille nyur do yon do se. Page 37. Can you see the refuge tree?
Yes, it's zoomed in on Guru Rinpoche.
Kunju sumgin de shen tsawan sum salon tele ranjen jan shun tsim. Ngu ranjen tunjen kyun koro lai jan chun ning po hong bandu jan sun che. Kunju sumgin de shen tsawan sum salon tele ranjen jan shun. Ngu rangjin tujin kyun koro lai jang chun ningpo bandu jang sun che. Kunju sum yen de che zang wai sum tsa lung ting le rangjin jang chun. Ngu rangjin tujin kyun koro lai jang chun ningpo bandu jang sun che. In the actual three jewels, the three root sugatas, in bodhicitta, the nature of channel, wind, and essence, and in the mandala of essence, nature, and compassion, I take refuge until attaining the heart of Buddhahood. In the actual three jewels, the three root sugatas, in bodhicitta, the nature of channel, wind, and essence, and in the mandala of essence, nature, and compassion, I take refuge until attaining the heart of Buddhahood. In the actual three jewels, the three root sugatas, in bodhicitta, the nature of channel, wind, and essence, and in the mandala of essence, nature, and compassion, I take refuge until attaining the heart of Buddhahood. Bodhicitta. Nanzo nongwai chunde zinre ki korwai logo judo chambe jo. Rangre se yen sui ngel sui chen tse me she ye hengang ne semke hendo. Ho nanzo nongwai chunde zinre ki korwai logo judo chambe jo. Rang re se yin su yin se che che me je yin an ne sem ke do. ho na tso na wa chu de zin re ge korwa lu go jo do chambe do rang re se yin su yin se chen se me she yen ang ne sem ke do. Oh, the mesmerizing display of myriad appearances, like a mirage of the moon in water, beings grasping it as real wander continuously in samsara. To bring them to rest in the space of luminous intrinsic awareness, I generate bodhicitta through the four immeasurables. Oh, the mesmerizing display of myriad appearances, like a mirage of the moon in water, beings grasping it as real wander continuously in samsara. To bring them to rest in the space of luminous intrinsic awareness, I generate bodhicitta through the four immeasurables. Oh, the mesmerizing display of myriad appearances, like a mirage of the moon in water, beings grasping it as real wander continuously in samsara. To bring them to rest in the space of luminous intrinsic awareness, I generate bodhicitta through the four immeasurable. Then finally dissolve all concept of subject, object, and action into non-conceptual great emptiness, the basic space, and you rest in that state. The Vajrasattva visualization. Vajrasattva दिखाती है no, no. Okay. Page 43. Dāni tāma chīvō rūpēn kārāndā wē dēngi wē hūn lē lāmāi dōrjē sēm kārasā lōngchē dzōmbēn kō dōrjē dēzē nē māi tēl kēlāi chāpsā dē pāchōng jēsēn rāmbēn tōlōi shāi chēnchē sōng lāhēn bām chāng tōng kendo ndawai gebe te hongye tamara nga keko. Tebe nga ge jukul we yabyum de rol jol samne. Te tse janshu semge tenga buro dul tara zampa haye. Tadan kamsun semchenge le dan nyan mon dunga hancho. Ne den degre ne don drep Male jangwara zendo se omban zara Santo Samaya Manu Balaya Benza Santo Teno Bader Sandir Domen Bhava Sudo Kayo Me Bhava Subho Kayo Me Bhava Anurato Me Bhava Sarva Siddhi Me Prayasa Sarva Karma Sutame Siddham Shriyam Guru Hung Ha 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 Ho Bhagavan Sarva Tata Gata Benzer Mame Manza Benzer Bhava Maha Samaya Sato Om Benzer Sado Samaya Manu Palaya Benzer Sado Teno Patir Sadir Dome Sudo Kayo Me Bhava Subho Kayo Me Bhava Nurato Me Bhava Sarva Siddhi Me Prayasa Sarva Karma Sutame Siddham Shriram Guru Hung Ha 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 Ho Bhagavan Sarva Tata Gata Benzer Mame Manza Benzer Bhava Maha Samaya Sato Om Benzer Santo Samaya Manu Palaya Benzer Sato Teno Pater Sadir Me Bhava Sudo Kayo Me Bhava Subho Kayo Me Bhava Nurato Me Bhava Sarva Siddhi Me Prayasa Sarva Karma Sutame Siddham Shriyam Guru Hung Ha 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 Ho Bhagavan Sarva Tata Gata Benzer Mame Manza Benzer Bhava Maha Samaya Sato Ahom Page 47 Gombo Dani Meshe Mongba Yin Tamse Leni Kaljena Lama Gumbe Jabze Je Zo Dorje Zembate Tuje Chenbo Dani Chen Roe Zonlai Dajabche Gu Sun Tu Zawa Dayan Lage Damse Nyamba Tamche Tolo Shai So Tikpa Dan Driba Nidun Drime Tso Tamche Janjen Dambara Zendo Se Dorje Sembai Gejin Zumba Dan Chebe Rike Boy Kege Digri Nidun Tamchen Damba Yin No She Nangwa Jejin Yedu Shune Rang Lai Timbe Kenle Rani Chan Dorje Semba Nangdoi Meloi Nange Zune Tabur Jurbe Tokso Honge Tamar Ige Drushibo Sewale Wezere Chebe Kamsum ne jodan cheba dorsem ringai dendain tembe ranjindu sange parai juru. Om banzara sadom banza sadom banza sadom banza sadom banza sadom banza sadom banza Om banza sadom 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 banza Om Benza Sodom 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 Om Benza Sodom 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 Om Benza Sodom 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 Benza Om Benza Sadom 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 Benza Om Benza Sadom 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 Benza Om Benza Sadom 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 Benza Om Benza Sadom 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 Benza Om Benza Sadom 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 Benza Om Benza Sadom 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 Benza Om Benza Sadom Benza Sadom Benza Sadom Benza Sadom Benza Om Benza Santo. Then finally, all those syllables, Om dissolves into Vajra, Vajra into Sa, Sa into Tha, Tha into Hung, then Hung from underneath dissolves, and finally to the pigtail, and the pigtail dissolves tracelessly. into basic space, and then you rest in that state. And now the mandala offering, page 53. Om Hum Dong Zong Je Den Je Wai Tra Je Je Ren Je Na De La Mi Jor Ben Tam. Chemi Shasta. Da Le Long Che Che Ba Yong Bo Hin Ki Che Ke Kor Lo Jor Wei Sin To Shu. Omen De Chen Dong Bo Ge Ben Jing Ye Pai Nga De Ring E Zong Bo Chen. Deyen chebe tenpon samen bahen pyewe longko jingla jemba sha. Nangse namda shunu bumbe ko tuje maga chene rube ge. Kudang tengne jemba namda shi pyewe chogo jingla jemba sha. Saje bejo joje meto tamre rab lengje ne de gempade sangye jingdo mekde palwa yin troken namda shen lai chen para sho. The earth's surface sprinkled with perfumed water and stoned with flowers, and adorned with Mount Sumeru, the four continents, the sun and the moon, is visualized as a Buddha field I offer. May all beings enjoy in the pure realm of perfect purity. Tram Guru Radnam Mandala Puja Mega Samudra Saparana Samaye. Okay, Kusali. Page 59. Le chezen borwe la de chom sem chang ben gone ying la ten. Chedage de jom tremara juro yenen mo de jom trego de. So pombe de jom te bain de yen le je tsalge ben tato. Kusum ge mengo ge boro ja nang tong sum gang we bam ro de. Atong dang hang ye de zere jo de sum ge ne be jang be jo. Om ma hum ma hum ma hum ma hum ma hum ma hum ma hum. Om ma hum 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 ma hum. Om ma hum 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 ma hum. Om hum ma 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 hum. Om hum ma 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 hum ma. Om hum ma 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 hum ma. Om hum ma hum ma hum ma hum ma hum. Pe yar che yuen den ge to dam kan so zo ne jo den en ro to. Mar korwe den ne len chai jai ke bar do ne je ge re chen. Ne den dam bar che ying su je ke ngen dan da zen do do. Tar che ja dan che yuen ma le kun she zon bai chen baro ma che. So finally, offering offerer and to whom this is offered, all dissolve tracelessly into the basic space, the nature of Dzogba Shenpo. Okay, now the Guru Yoga. page 65. Emaho Rana Lundun Dambai Rabjam Jin Kebai Rabzo Zando Peri Rani Jizen Dorjen Eljora Majaje Chane Marsa Jitezin Shamne Dorotai Chensum Nam Karaizi Chiworo Pemai Bumdal Nindate Shamne kundu tsawe lama dae yerme tsoke dorje chubeko karmara dande shunu shatsu chen peka chege zabere dongmas shalje chani gembo rolbe dae chaye dorje yembe te bom Ulai dabden pe mene jo se chen kun yanai de ton yum choma. Bebe tsulge kadram tse sum nam jazere tigle we kong long na jo. Chikoro yunge drawe zebe long trupe jeba nisho tsanga dang. Chabe pendro rizen yedam lai kandro che chon dam chen chen tarate. Sendon nyamne chenpo ngangdo sen. Ugen yuge nobjan tsan pema gesar dongpo la ya zen chogen ngondromne. Pema junne sheso dra kordo kandro mambe. Kingi jeso dai drupche jenge lapche shekso se. Guru Pema Sinde Hong Jen Yuge No Jan Sam Pema Gesar Dongpo Yazen Chogen Odrom Ne Pema June Sheso Kondo Kandro Mamben Koro Kege Jeso Da Handroche Jinge Labche Shekso Sen Guru Pema Sinde Hogen Yugen Nobjan San Pemai Gesan Dongpo La Yazen Chogen Ondrom Ne Pemai June Sheso La Kondo Kandro Mamben Kor Kege Jeso Dadru Jingen Lobchen Sheso Sen Guru Pemai Sende 7 branches. Shin dan le shil ge dun ne do number tu be chang zen lo. Nge sha ye zhe ding zen te nan se che be chang jalan be. Go zun me ge le nam kwen we se che kwen long do sha. Tenpa nige dupa ye ge so kun lai je ye rang rik chen sum ge dulja lai tek son che koro korwara kun jize korwa mandon bara nyange mendai shosun te sum sambe ge zan kun jan chu chenpo ju ro. Back to page 71. Free equal to the number of atoms in the universe, I multiply my body and offer prostrations. Through the power of samadhi, both real and those mentally emanated, all appearances and possibilities are presented as the gesture offering. All non-virtuous karma of my body, speech, and mind are confessed in the luminous state of the Dharmakaya. I rejoice in the accumulation of all virtue contained within the true truths. For the 3 types of beings to be tamed, I request you to turn the wheel of Dharma of the 3 yanas. Until samsara is emptied, I pray that you remain without passing into nirvana. All the roots of virtue accumulated in the 3 times, I dedicate as the cause for attaining Supreme Buddhahood. Page 74. Chizen guru rinpoche kene sangen tamche ke tuje jinlai du be semche yongge gonje ko le dan longche lone dan te pai men parai ken lan tene jangshu mato bar ke do legne tomen ke jizen chenpo pe jong ken dalai re sai shen nan Tade dunge ningme droi meze dunge damdu. Dile jobshe maha guru wanje kurche jenla huche. Tomba porje tuje chen. Dimne jongshe nu tu chen. Back to page 74. O Guru Rinpoche, precious Lama, you are the glorious embodiment of the compassion and blessings of all the Buddhas, the only protector of all sentient beings. My body, wealth, lungs, heart, and chest I offer to you without hesitation. From now until I attain Buddhahood, in happiness or sorrow, in circumstances good or bad, in situations high or low, Great precious Lama, lotus born, think of me. I have no one else to turn to. The beings of these degenerate times are sinking in the swamp of unbearable suffering. Protect us from all of these, O great Guru. Grant us the four empowerments, O blessed one. Deepen our realization, O compassionate one. Purify the two obscurations, O powerful one. Om Maha Benza Guru. Om Mahum Benza Guru Brahmasya. 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 Om Mahum Benza. Om Mahum Benza Guru Brahmasya. Om Mahum Benza Guru Brahmasya. Om Mahum Benza Guru. Om Mahum Benza Guru Brahmasya. Om 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 Benza Om Benza Guru Brahmasya. 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 Om Hum 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 Benza Om Hum Benza Guru Brahmasya. Om Hum Benza Guru Brahmasya. Page 77. Emaho jache cholon drewe jinkam dambo sangye chenkun kundo zang longo chede rolze dorje sen tukuro tsenzo gara dorje la sewa devso jinla ingen drunze shiri singhai dendam cheki ze jambe shenen tegu korlo jor Jana Sutra Penchen Bima Lara Sewa Devso Dorje Lamnate Zambu lingi jenje pema jung nge para tuge se cho je bandro. Tudere jansu dadro longchen shai kandro yingze kaba jingme ling. Sewa depsu debu topdrun ze chinle weze gelwe nyugu dang. Pantru kenze natso randro ze cheke lodre kenze weze dang. Kadrin dame zawe lama lai sewa depso nelo rangshil ten. Sileng ye para jungwe shen loi ge dorje lama dende mekjen ten. Chisun kadru zame nyamlen lai temjai mebe drupsu sheruke. Tuju gongbe janla powara shoy nanse korde yene omenje. Panga chegoro dazo mimbe pangla jaze mebe zoba che. Shenam yeche lede rigbe dan. Chene ngonsun jembara tongwara sho. Tseme doba namro jazere bo. Kudan tegle nyamna gongdo be. Rikse nongwe shingam tsela pe. Cheze lode chembara sangye hete. Shunu bumgoro tense zembarasho. Shindu neljo nyamo matsu de rale dame yingsu madruna. Namje tseye duje tongwe tse chewa yuse kada che korosha. Pando nancha longche zokoron ro cheche teke lamge tselzo. Maban buju dabur drowa rasho, sanche yuse tekpa choge ze, sangye jene metse chegwe je, ngunjure deme sala madru nai, magom sangye chenge lamsho la. Tene ranjen trube shinga dain kebra pema wege podrandu. Rizin jansu tsocho ugenje sanchen cheke gaten gebesa. Seke toro kene uyonte taye droe nersoro danjuro che. Rizin gawan jansu jinla dain cheyen sami chabe tenbayi. Deljoro tenla zome jansumge. Tendre ngonjoro sange tompara sho. Guru minsamne omye chusha tamburo tsarwa lewa zinate. Rangi chiwo ne shu luke ledan tsaye dribanta. Kun dorje jinlai shu bombe wan top. Kerimge ne do juro name rikzenge sawentep. Tugu gopan tobe kelwa jula. From the letter Om, radiant like a crystal at the Lama's forehead, rays of light stream forth and enter my forehead, purifying negative actions of the body and obscurations of the channels. The blessing of Vajra body is infused. The vase empowerment is received, and I become the receptive vessel for the generation stage. The seed of the completely matured Rigzin is sown, and the fortune to attain the state of Nirmanakaya is established within my mind. Jimbane aye pema raga dara barwa le uzere rangi jimbai ne shu ngage le dan longe jimbai dai son dorje jenla shu sangwe wan toi deje ge ne dojo chenwa rigzen ge sawen te longje zogu gopan ge kawa jo la sha. Page 85. From the letter R, blazing like a ruby at the Lama's throat, rays of light stream forth and enter my throat, purifying negative actions of the speech and obscurations of the inner wind. The blessing of Vajra speech is infused. The secret empowerment is received, and I become a receptive vessel for the practice of mantra recitation. The seed of the Rigzin with power over life is sown, and the fortune to attain the state of Sambhogakaya is established within my mind. Tuke hongye namge dojen le zerente range ninga hene shu ike le dan tigle dribanda tu dorje jenla jo shera ye sheke wang to te ton zanda le ne do juro chaja rezin ge sawen te chukwe gopange kyalwa jola sha. Page 86. From the sky-colored letter hung at the Lama's heart, rays of light stream forth and enter my heart, purifying negative actions of the mind and obscurations of the essence. The blessing of Vajra mind is infused. The wisdom empowerment is received, and I become a receptive vessel for the Chandali practice of bliss and emptiness. The seed of the Mahamudra Rigzin is sown, and the fortune to attain the state of Dharmakaya is established within my mind. Larayan tuge hongle hongye nipa jen karda pangpa shindu che rangsem dan tade men parande kunje le dan sheje driba jan yeshe dorje jen la hejo tsege tsemba dendam ge wam to kada zoba chenpo nedu jur chundro rezen ge sawen tep tarto ge drebu ngo nikwe kopang ge kyalwa jula sha go. Page 87. Once more from the letter hung at the Lama's heart, a second hung streaks out like a shooting star, merging inseparably with my mind, purifying the karma of the all-round and conceptual obscurations. The blessing of Vajra wisdom is infused. The ultimate symbolizing word empowerment is received, and I become a receptive vessel for the Zopa chamber of original purity. The seed of the spontaneously accomplished Rigzin is sown, and the fortune to attain the state of Savabhavika Kaya, the final fruition, is established within my mind. Okay, now the mind training. Okay. Supplication prayer. So first of all, bring the posture. Sit in a nice, comfortable posture. I went to bed like past 1, so and, I'm trying to let my body fall asleep so that my mind can practice. We are practicing with our mind. So the mind, if the body goes to sleep, if we can keep the mind awake, then that's very good. Okay, I'm reading from my new version, so our page number is different. But anyway, I wanted to do that. I kind of combined all of those, but still I see some mistakes, and then didn't want to send you, so I stayed up late. But I thought I would be able to finish it, but still, I tried. Okay, so supplicate to your Lama, who is the embodiment of all the Buddhas of the past, present, and future. We say he is the magical emanation of the Buddhas of the past. He is the source of all the Buddhas that will appear in the future. From the Buddha, from your Lama arises all the Buddhas of the future. And he is the representative, he is the regent of all the Buddhas of the future. So knowing the Lama as the quintessential embodiment of all the refuges, all the mandalas, things like that, and then supplicate. The Zoom Sange Tam Jige Ngo Kushi Dani Pangden Lama Dambala Sewa De So Dala Wanguru Jinge Laptu Zamlamge Topai Ke Barajen Julai Ke Wara Jinge Laptu Kada Nelu Ke Tawa Tombara Jinge Laptu Lundru Nanje Yeshe Tarjen Bara Jinje Labdo Sen Diljurgi Milu Rimboche De Nebara Kawara Tombara Jinge Labdo Sen. I fervently supplicate to the glorious sacred Lama, the essence of all of the Buddhas of the three times, the embodiment of the four kayas. I pray that you grant me blessings and empowerments. I pray that you bless me so that the extraordinary realization of the profound path arises in me. I pray that you bless me to realize the view of the primordial purity of the abiding nature. I pray that you bless me to perfect the wisdom of the four visions of spontaneous presence. I pray that you bless me to realize how difficult it is to attain this precious human body. I fervently supplicate to the glorious sacred Lama, the essence of all of the Buddhas of the three times, the embodiment of the four kayas. I pray that you grant me blessings and empowerments. I pray that you bless me so that the extraordinary realization of the profound path arises in me. I pray that you bless me to realize the view of the primordial purity of the abiding nature. I pray that you bless me to perfect the wisdoms of the four visions of spontaneous presence. I pray that you bless me to realize how difficult it is to attain this precious human body. Yeah. Okay. In the words of my perfect teacher, go to page 3, where it says prologue, page 3. I'll just read the Tibetan and you can listen. Daljuro dini shindo ne bara kai ke bu dendro tombara julba hala. Kalte della pemba mandro hamna chine yanda jorba gala jor. Se son me dai tenge tendan da roe ke che garlai ta dan song. Ke bu se do nam ke lo dra te rizara bab chu shendu nyur jo ro. Tu ke ne ne gelbo do juro na long che za dan shen ne je me da. Kebo dane garne gardo yan lene drema shendo jeso dang. Sese mare wange kewo nam medal hadai ngen son nam sombo. Drowa ngabo dadu meke kor. Perna zaken korlo korwa hajen. Sisum gada neke dunga bar denai chime rabara gonmede. Sile jungwa drowa tato mo. Bumbara chube bungwa korowa hajen. Lama gewa drowe gen drowa chobe den zemba. Topchen jikba kunsela derin nene chapsu che. Teye tosu chube che korwa jukba serwa dan janju sembe tsola ya. Tejen yangda chapsu che dani jikbe namchak Kundo sanglai dani bul jambe yanglan dani ke dage lude ulwadagi. Tuje cheba matru we chenre zigen de la yang nyamta ngadru vide be digden tala chaptu sel. Pakpa namke ningbo dan saye ningbo dadani. Tuje chegen tamche la chapse ningne vide be. Kanji tongne shinje ye. Ponya la son dangwa nam chane choshira jeje pa. Dorje chen la cha sun che ngen che ke ke kan len de dan ne jik pa cher tong ne. Ke la chap su chen la ke jik pa nyur du sen du se. Ke ma ke hu ken cho tu je chen ge wa ke la tse we tong a we. Ta so rik ru kor we dung e le. Ta ta nyu du tar wara jen je lo. Pawo ke la tu je top nga shi. Ngin jung zhilwe le ke cho zen na yal yo tang nyom le lo ma ze pa. Ning ne da ze tu je ge we la. Jitsen lama migma meba tuje chenpo dandenpa namla chan tselo. Gewe gomba rikzen daye jo ganza milu kalpa rabjur pa dambe jezen dene tachenpe. Jusun lama namla chan tselo. Cheze londu chekwe gomba ne. Wese yinso longkwe shengnang sek. Dulje nangoro truge droden ze kunken cheke gyambo la cha tsel. Kembe sherai kembe shejai kunge dene se tuze yuze dulje pendosha. Sablam tuze temba selze barik zen jingme lingba la cha tsel. Chenre zewan shennen tsulzung ne sungge nangwe zeze tatlamge. Gangla gangdu zeba taye ba drinchen zawe lama la cha tsen. Telwa topchan ningbo chege wu cheguro shokchan cheme chebe ye. Dadan dadra mombe semchen na. Deljoro ningbo lembara jenge lo. So on the prologue, page 1. Venerable teachers whose compassion is infinite and unconditional, I prostrate myself before you all. Conquerors of the mind lineage, Vidyadharas of the symbol lineage, most fortunate of ordinary beings, who, guided by the enlightened ones, have attained the twofold goal. Teachers of the three lineages, I prostrate myself before you. In the expanse where all phenomena come to exhaustion, you encountered the wisdom of Dharmakaya. In the clear light of empty space, you saw Sambhogakaya Buddha fields appear. To work for being's benefit, you appeared to them in Nirmanakaya form. Omniscient sovereign of Dharma, I prostrate myself before you. In your wisdom, you saw the true nature of whatever can be known. The light of your love beamed benefit upon all beings. You elucidate the teachings of the profound path, summit of all vehicles. Rinzai Lingpa, I prostrate myself before you. You were Lord Avalokeshwara himself in the form of a spiritual friend. Whoever heard you speak was established on the path to freedom. To fulfill all beings' needs, your activity was infinite. Gracious root teacher, I prostrate myself before you. Then page 37 in this one. The end paragraph. Although I've won these freedoms, I'm poor in dharma, which is their essence. Although I've entered the dharma, I waste time doing other things. Bless me and foolish beings like me, that we may attain the very essence of the freedoms and advantages. So with that supplication, now you can read the part. Today is the specific endowments, the 10 endowments. So what it means to be born as a human being with senses intact and all of those. So page 21, the last paragraph, reflecting on the particular advantages related to dharma. You can read that. On page 21. Okay, now the dedication. It's page 37, the last paragraph, page 37. Was my perfect teacher. Although I've won these freedoms, I'm poor in dharma, which is their essence. Although I've entered the dharma, I waste time doing other things. Bless me and foolish beings like me, that we may attain the very essence of the freedoms and advantages. Okay, now the refuge. Lama la jam sun chi wu, sangye la jam sun chi wu, che la jam sun chi wu, gen la jam sun chi wu. Lama la jam sun chi wu, sangye la jam sun chi wu, che la jam sun chi wu, gen la jam sun chi wu. Lama la jab su chi wo, sangye la jab su chi wo, che la jab su chi wo, genden la jab su chi wo, lama la jab su chi wo, sangye la jab su chi wo, che la jab su chi, genden la jab su chi. Lama la jab su chi wo, sangye la jab su chi wo, che la jab su chi, genden la jab su chi, lama la jab su chi wo, sangye la jab su chi wo, che la jab su chi, genden la jab su. Lama la jotsu cho, sangha la jotsu cho, che la jotsu cho, genda la jotsu cho, lama la jotsu cho, sangha la jotsu cho, che la jotsu cho, genda la jotsu cho. Lama la jotsu cho, sangha la jotsu cho, che la jotsu cho, genda la jotsu cho, lama la jotsu cho, sangha la jotsu cho, che la jotsu cho, genda la jotsu cho, lama la jotsu cho, sangha la jotsu cho, che la jotsu cho, genda la. Lama la jotsu cho, sangha la jotsu cho, che la jotsu cho, genda la jotsu cho, lama la jotsu cho, sangha la jotsu cho, che la jotsu cho, genda la jotsu cho, lama la jotsu cho, sangha la. Genda la jotsu, lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu. Lama la jotsu cho, sangha la jotsu cho, che la jotsu cho, genda la jotsu cho, lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu. Lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu. Lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama la jotsu, sangha la jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama la jotsu, sangha. Lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu. Lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda. Lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu. Jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda la jotsu, lama jotsu, sangha jotsu, che la jotsu, genda. Namjasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Jasa Lamajasa 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 Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Jasa 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 Lamajasa Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Jasa 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 Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Jasa Lamajasa 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 Sangjasa Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Jasa 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 Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Jasa 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 Lamajasa Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Jasa 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 Lamajasa Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Jasa 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 Lamajasa Sangjasa Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Jasa 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 Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Jasa 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 Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jasa Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin 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 Jasa Lamajasa Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Jasa 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 Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Jasa 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 Lamajasa Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Jasa 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 Lamajasa Sangjasa Lamajasa Sangjasa Chana Jamsagin Jasa 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 Lamajasa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa 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 Lamajosa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa 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 Lamajosa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa 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 Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa 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 Lamajosa Sanjosa Josa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa 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 Lamajosa Sanjosa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa 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 Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa 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 Lamajosa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa 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 Lamajosa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa 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 Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Chalajosa Josa Lamajosa Sanjosa 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 Chalajosa Josa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa Lamajosa 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 Sanjosa Chalajosa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Josa 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 Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Sanjosa Lamajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Sanjosa Chalajosa Lama Lamjata Sanjata Jala Jata Gindar Jata 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 Lamjata Chana Jata Gindar Jata Lamjata Sanjata Jala 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 Jata Gindar Jata Lamjata Lamjata Sanjata Jala Jata Gindar Jata 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 Lamjata Lamjata Sanjata Jala Jata Gindar Jata 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 Lamjata Sanjata Jala Chana Jata Gindar Jata Lamjata Sanjata 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 Chana Jata Lamjata Sanjata Chana Jata Gindar Jata Lamjata Sanjata Chana Jata Gindar Jata Lamjata Sanjata Chana Jata Gindar Jata Lamjata Sanjata Chana Lamjata Sanjata Lamjata Sanjata Chana Jata Gindar Jata 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 Lamjata Sanjata Chana Jata Lamjata Sanjata Chana Jata Gindar 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 Jata Lamjata Sanjata Chana Jata Lamjata Sanjata Chana Jata Gindar 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 Lamjata Sanjata Chana Jata Gindar Jata 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 Lamjata Sanjata Chana Lamjata Sanjata Chana Jata Gindar Jata 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 Lamjata Sanjata Lamjata Sanjata Chana Jata Gindar Jata 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 Lamjata Sanjata Lamjata Sanjata Chana Jata Gindar Jata 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 Lamjata Sanjata Lamjata Sanjata Chana Jata Gindar Jata 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 Lamjata Sanjata Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph 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 and the Joseph Lama Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana 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 Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Lama Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Joseph and the Joseph Lam Joseph Sang Joseph Chana Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Jazza 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 Lam Jazza Sanjan Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Jazza 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 Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Jazza 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 Lam Jazza Sanjan Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Jazza 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 Lam Jazza Sanjan Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Jazza 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 Lam Jazza Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the 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 Jazza Lam Jazza Sanjan Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Jazza 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 Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Jazza 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 Lam Jazza Sanjan Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Jazza 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 Lam Jazza Sanjan Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Jazza 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 Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Jazza 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 Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Jazza Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Jazza Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Jazza Lam Jazza Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the 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 Jazza Lam Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Jazza 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 Lam Jazza Sanjan Chala Janding in the Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda Jasa 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 Lam Jasa San Jasa Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda 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 Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda Jasa 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 Lam Jasa San Jasa Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda 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 Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda Jasa 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 Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda Jasa 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 Lam Jasa San Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda Jasa 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 Lam Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda Jasa 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 Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda Jasa 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 Lam Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda Jasa 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 Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda Jasa 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 Lam Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda Jasa 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 Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda Jasa 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 Lam Jasa San Jasa Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda 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 Jasa Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Lam Jasa San Jasa Chala Chandra Ganda Jasa 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 Lam Jasa San Jasa Lama San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Something in the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Something in the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa Lama Jasa and the Jasa Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Jasa Chalan Chandang and the Jasa Lama Jasa San Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting Lama Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Lama Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting Lama Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam Jasa Sang Jasa Chala Janting in the Jasa Lam La Jasa Chala Sang La Jasa Chala Chen La Jasa Chala Genda La Jasa Chala Lama La Jasa Chala Sang La Jasa Chala Chen la jiao zi jiu, genden la jiao zi jiu, lama la jiao zi jiu, sangye la jiao zi jiu, chen la jiao zi jiu, lama la genden la jiao zi jiu, lama la jiao zi jiu, sangye la jiao zi jiu, chen la jiao zi jiu. Genden la jiao zi jiu, lama la jiao zi jiu, sangye la jiao zi jiu, chen la jiao zi jiu, genden la jiao zi jiu. Okay, the refuge in the Ngandro text, page 37. Lama la jam su ju, sangye la jam su ju, chen la jam su ju, genden la jam su ju. Enjoy some yen de shen, zawan sum salon te le ranjen jang chu se. Wo wo ranjen to je ken koron la jang chu ning bo bando jang sun je. Conjoy some yen de shen, zawan sum salon te le ranjen jang chu se. Wo wo ranjen to je ken koron la. Chang chu ning po bandu chang sun chi. Gong chu sum ye de she za wan sum sa long te le rang jen chang chu se. Mo wo rang jen tu je ken kor la. Chang chu ning po bandu chang sun chi. In the actual three jewels, the three root sugatas in bodhicitta, the nature of channel wind and essence. And in the mandala of essence, nature, and compassion, I take refuge until attaining the heart of Buddhahood. In the actual three jewels, the three root sugatas, in bodhicitta, the nature of channel, wind, and essence. And in the mandala of essence, nature, and compassion, I take refuge until attaining the heart of Buddhahood. In the actual three jewels, the three root sugatas, in bodhicitta, the nature of channel, wind, and essence. And in the mandala of essence, nature, and compassion, I take refuge until attaining the heart of Buddhahood. Back to the insert dedication. Gewan diye nirdo dai kunjo sumbo drupjur nirdowa chikchan malu pa diye salai gen parasho. Through the merit of this practice, may I swiftly accomplish the three jewels and establish every sentient being without exception on their levels. Okay, back to the Ngundro text, dissolution, conclusion, page 89. When my life is at its end, my perception, the glorious copper colored mountain, the pure ram of Ngayab, indivisible from Nirmana Kaya's pure ram, and my body Vajra Yogini is transformed into a radiant, brilliant sphere of light. Merging inseparably with Jitsun Pema Jungne, I attain Buddhahood. Then, from the display of vast primordial wisdom, the miraculous manifestation of bliss and emptiness, for every single being in the three realms, let me appear as their supreme guide. Jitsun Pema, grant this so, I pray. I pray to you from the bottom of my heart. These are not just empty words. I pray that you grant your blessings from the expanse of your wisdom mind and cause all my aspirations to be fulfilled. From the heart center of the Lama, a beam of light, red and warm, suddenly appears, and with myself visualized as Dorje Niljorma, it touches my heart, and I'm instantaneously transformed into a sphere of red light, which dissolves into Guru Rinpoche's heart, and I become inseparable with him in one day. Glorious, precious root Lama, dwelling on the lotus seat in my heart, care for me with your compassionate, great kindness. Grant me the accomplishment of your body, speech, and mind. Toward the life and liberation of the glorious Lama, may wrong views not arise, not even for an instant. And through the devotion of seeing whatever he does as excellent, may the blessings of the Lama infuse my mind. In all of my lifetimes, may I never be separated from the perfect Lama, and experiencing the splendor of Dharma, may I perfect the qualities of the paths and bhumis, and swiftly attain the level of Vajradhara. So once again, bring in mind and see how did you do your session, and then any mistakes you confess and purify, and any excellence in your practice you rejoice, and then you dedicate the merit for all sentient beings awakening to perfect and complete Buddhahood. Just as the heroic Manjushri realized, and Samantha Bhadra too, I will train in their examples and perfectly dedicate all of these virtues. All of the conquerors of the three times, in whichever way they supremely dedicate, I too will perfectly dedicate all my roots of virtue for the excellent conduct. In all of my lifetimes, wherever I am born, may I obtain the seven qualities of higher realms. Upon taking birth, may I immediately meet the Dharma and have the freedom to practice it perfectly. In that life, may I please the Sublime Lama and practice the Dharma day and night. Having realized the Dharma, may I accomplish the ultimate meaning of the essence, and may I cross the ocean of worldly existence in this very life. May I thoroughly teach the sublime Dharma within the world, and never become disheartened or weary of accomplishing the benefit of others. Through working impartially for the vast benefit of others, may all beings attain Buddhahood together. Om Benza Guru Pema Siddhi 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 Om. Allahu, thank you, everybody. Wonderful, wonderful. Today is the 13th day. So wonderful to practice with you all. Where is my mouse gone? I can see my cursor. Here we go. Okay.
Congratulations for staying awake.
Oh yeah, I just try to be awake, try to be clear in my mind. Yeah. Thank you, though.
You did a lot better than I did. I'm falling asleep sitting up.
Sorry, Jan, what did you say?
I said you did a lot better than I because I'm falling asleep sitting up.
No, it's okay. Yes, it happens. You know, it's practice. Some days you'll have you struggle. Sometimes it's natural. Sometimes you're distracted. Sometimes you're focused, and so forth. It's just like the sunny days and the rainy days. It comes and goes. Yeah.
You said you're redoing the Nundro text.
On the recitation for the mind training and so forth, mind training as well as for the whole 100-day retreat, there's a recitation that we need to include, that I'm compiling that one. And then also with the Ngondro, I'm changing few words like that. When we're doing the bodhicitta, alas is not the right word. Alas is like a word for lament, but ho is a word for ho is a word of rejoicing. It's like bringing joy, of cultivating bodhicitta. That you're not kind of depressed to cultivate bodhicitta. You're actually very determined, and the word is courage. You bring the joy to cultivate bodhicitta, to awaken all sentient beings, like those kind of words. And there are a few, there's some clunky words here, somewhere here and there. I'm trying to see, like make, and particularly in that aspirational prayers, you have to actually have teaching on that one. It's Dzogchen aspirational prayers are very profound and compacted in just one or two words, the one or two letters or one or two syllables in the Tibetan. So in order for that to kind of weave through English, it's really what you call translators. What is the word? Dilemma.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The other thing I noticed many years ago, I studied some Sanskrit, like about a year of college Sanskrit, and the transliteration on the alphabet that's in the Nundro for the ta ta da da na na pa 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 ma is incorrect. There's I corrected it on mine, but they had like a tra.
That one was, I'm done by Zopa, now if you know Sanskrit, you know how to pronounce. If you don't know how to, if you don't know, if you don't know Sanskrit, whatever kind of diacritic marks you put there, people will never know how to pronounce it. So same thing is with the phonetics. Now every translator has their own way of writing the phonetics, and then you know you'll have to kind of know how it is read, and then
The R's should be taken
I,
out because it follows mouth position. And if there's an R in there, that's the back of your mouth, where it's supposed to be like just behind your teeth. And so,
mhm.
so the R's need to go.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe in the future we'll have one day just to one day class to do the phonetics, reading the phonetics, so that we can pronounce the words correctly, the Sanskrit and the Tibetan, the Dharma uh, terms. Thank you for pointing out that.
Sure.
Rinpoche, can
Yes.
I ask about the refuge tree? So some of the master, they are not sitting on a lotus, but I'm not sure exactly what kind of seed. It's like two layers, and their background is different also. So why is that? Some people have the lotus, and then some people something different. And same with the Dharma protector. Some of them has a consort, some of them doesn't have one.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
I'll have them all labeled. This one is according to Dodrupchen Rinpoche's, and then the few lamas are kind of shuffled or kind of different like that, but I'll have them all labeled. I don't see any lamas different from, you were saying, what was different? They were sitting.
Oh
Oh, I
yes,
see.
like this. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When I was
Yeah.
looking like closely, then
It, it,
I
it,
just saw that.
it signifies the one with the circles are
Mm.
those signifying Sambhogakaya, the Sambhogakaya Lama. The other ones with just the cushion and so forth symbolizes the Lama in Nirmanakaya form, like that. I'll go through all of those with each and every Lama. Then you'll see which side of the Lamas. Actually, these are the mind emanations, and then the heart disciples, like that. So yeah, then
Mm.
that way it will be easier for you to read.
Yeah.
And then the yidams sometimes they are single, sometimes they appear with consort, like that. And
Mm.
then and depending on the different yidams, and their seat also has, some have just sun disk and some they are trampling upon like beings, and sometimes they have animals and so on, like that. These are all Lama, Yidam, Takinis, Buddha, Dharma, and Sanghas are all inside here. So we have Buddha, and Lama's mind is the Buddha. Likewise, here we have the Buddhas of the past, present, and future. And then we have Dharma, all those teachings stacked behind the 84,000 teachings. And also we need to visualize that the 64 million tantras in form of vowels and consonants kind of reverberating there, like that. And the sanghas are like, that's uh, the Shravaka Yana Sangha there, the 8 arhats, and then the Mahayana Sangha, the eight bodhisattvas, and then sanghas, even these dharma protectors and so forth, are considered to be sangha. But when we say lama, idam, and dakini, they fall into the category of dakinis. They are, and all of these here within the refuge tree have these three qualities. They're not just paintings like that, but when you look at it, you should feel, you should imagine, or you should feel, or you should see that they have omniscience, they have wisdom. Omniscience means wisdom, unobstructed wisdom, um, knowing the suchness or true nature, like that. That's omniscience. And also, when we say omniscience, has omniscience or wisdom in regard to the three different bodies of awakening. So Dharmakaya has Dharma Dhatu wisdom, which which transcends all characteristics or all conceptual notions. The Sambhogakaya wisdom, there are five, so you know the five wisdoms, and the Nirmanakaya Buddhas or the Nirmanakaya have two kinds of wisdoms called knowing the infiniteness and knowing the suchness. So then all these Buddhas, all these Lamas, Idams, Dakinis, Guru Deva Dakini, then Buddha Dharma and the Sangha, and all of these, they have omniscience. So they're not just like picture in front of us, but they are representing um, this form, appearance, and emptiness, and then which has wisdom omniscience. And then they are not just like they're, they have compassion, we say, unbiased compassion, compassion, not falling into any kind of limitation or any kind of extreme like that. Compassion for each and every being's uh, impartial, like so non-dual compassion or like that. And then the third one is they have the power that if we go for refuge to them, then they have the power to liberate us. So we need to have see these three qualities: omniscience, compassion, and the power of liberation, like that. So that's what you need to see. And then as you are reciting the Lamala Chapsichu or the refuge prayers like that, then look into the nature of suffering, and if I were to be born in such and such kind of state, and if I weren't able to attain fortunate human birth, how miserable it would be. And then especially to be born in all those miserable existences, how tormenting it would be. And then with that fear, then you go for refuge. Not only just yourself, all sentient beings, not just through your, just intellectual kind of refuge, or but wholeheartedly or sincerely, uh, and then also recognizing your own nature, that innate nature is Buddha, and that is the absolute refuge. So in this way, so again and again, whenever you fall back, again you try to bring, you reflect as you recite the Lama Lachasa Sangha Lachasa, you reflect on the suffering of samsara and so forth like that. Then again, when you think of that, and then you wholeheartedly go for refuge to the Buddha Dharma and the Sangha, the Lama Idam Dakini Dharmakaya Sambhogakaya Nirmanakaya. And further on it says, your own nature, your channel, energy and essence, and then the nature, the essence of your mind, the nature, and the great compassion, and so forth. So these are the ways. In order to do the Ngondro, actually, you have to have received this both the texts to do the 100-day retreat. Or 100-day retreat is actually an introduction to go into retreat, like 3 years retreat. If someone wants to pursue the 3-year retreat, then first they would begin with the 100-day mind training retreat. And then it is also like a preparation. And yeah, let's just say it's many many people go crazy within this time, this 100 period. So it's very much like a probation. It's very much like a test. So they can determine whether this person can do retreat or not. So then it doesn't cause obstacle in their practice, because it would be, they would either complete their ngondro or would be able to pursue their 3-year retreat, or just complete the ngondro and get crazy and then just break the retreat, that kind of thing. So this mind training is very, very powerful. No, but nobody goes crazy. But the thing is, yes, you have to receive the teachings on that. So you all know how to read, and you all can comprehend, and the teaching, the translators, the translations are very clear, so you can read that when you have time. And then it's easy to follow along, because now you'll have more and more materials, or more and more things to contemplate. So hereafter we already did the 8 freedoms. Now you have the 5 endowments that are dependent on you, 5 endowments that are dependent on others. And then each of these have they have different characteristics, you might have read in the thing. So those you have to remember. Each of these have different facets of this endowments. So it's important. So then you actually see the quality. It's not just plain thing, but you actually see the greatness from that point of view. Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, I was actually curious about why the gods cannot assimilate the Dharma. In words of my perfect teacher, it says they don't meet the requirements for taking pratimoksha vows. And what requirements are they lacking?
In the teachings, there are few things that are, dependent. Now, because you said pratimoksha vow is called the individual liberation vow. And individual liberation vow is based on refuge. And refuge is based on renunciation. So renunciation arises when you see the nature of samsara as suffering. But in God realm, that kind of suffering is not experienced. So then they would never have discussed, and they will always be distracted in their luxury, their enjoyments, and so forth. So they'll never have that factor of generating renunciation. So if they don't have renunciation in their mind, like if you don't have fear, then you never look for protection. If you don't look for protection, there's no refuge. So if you don't have renunciation, refuge does not take place. We talked to this earlier. So that's the reason, pratimoksha vow. If you don't have renunciation, it won't take place. The refuge won't take place. If refuge doesn't take place, then those other, there are disciplines, or there are vows that a monk or those different levels of monks and nuns and so forth have to observe or have to guard and so forth. It doesn't happen. So their body, their life form does not fit for receiving the pratimoksha vows. And then likewise, and in tantra, when you're doing tantric practice and so forth, and tantric practice, you have to have a coarse body. You have to have a real solid or coarse body. And God's body are not that kind of. God's body is more, not frail, but more subtle, more. So then they cannot bring the experience of the practice. So that's why human body is considered to be more endowed or more precious. So those kind of, you learn more later when you do the practice. Then that's one few reasons why. But not to say that gods don't practice Dharma. There are gods they practice. Like when Buddha Shakyamuni went to the god realm to meet his mother, that's his mother after giving birth. Then, passing away, then took rebirth in the 33 gods. 33, I think 33 gods heaven. And then Buddha Shakyamuni, after Siddhartha, after attaining Buddhahood, then he went to pay respect or as a gratitude to see his mother. And then when he was there, he taught the gods in that realm. And then, the God, Buddha is teaching there, and then as we were mentioning on our Thursday class, that there are gods who are constantly fighting, and there are titans or demigods who are constantly jealous and fighting with the gods and so forth. There are these god realms. These gods, they're not freed because these demigods kind of poke them and they have to fight back. And then there are god realms which is called tabdel. They are free from, they don't have those kind of, they don't have to bother fighting at all. They're completely free from any kind of those arguments and fighting and so forth. But till tabdel is called that. Tabdel is one of the god realms. But beneath that, there are gods who are constantly fighting. So like, there are God, like Vishnu is fighting with the demigods, and then the demigods completely vanquished Vishnu. And then Vishnu is there completely saddened. And then he comes to receive teachings from Buddha Shakyamuni. And then Buddha Shakyamuni gives teachings. There are all those documented in one of the teachings that Buddha Shakyamuni gave in the God realm.
Kapala, I have a question. When we're practicing Guru Yoga, one of the main goals is to merge inseparably with the Lama in one taste. But then also one of the main Samaya breakages is to think of yourself as equal to the Lama. So I mean, it seems there's a little bit of tension if we're trying to. Our main goal is to become inseparable with the Lama. Wouldn't at some point we want to see ourselves as equal with the Lama? I mean, isn't that the goal? I understand. I would imagine the Samaya breakage is more about like vow breaking or something. Could you explain that?
If you see your qualities as equal to the Lama, that's it. But you don't want to like disparage the qualities of the Lama and then kind of compare to your qualitylessness. And then you kind of think you bring down your Lama and see your Lama as ordinary. That's the problem. So if you see that your innate qualities are equal with the qualities of the Lama, that's the Guru Yoga, that's Guru Yoga. But you don't want to see your Lama as an ordinary, then you will lack faith. If you don't have faith, then the Lama cannot do anything. So that's the difference, yeah. The Lama Miruzimba, it's like you don't want to hold a notion or like regard that your Lama is ordinary human being or ordinary person. Then
Don't conceptualize the Lama.
that's the reason why you have to do Vajra Yogini, is that way you don't look at your Lama as an ordinary. That you see your own innate nature is Vajra Yogini, and then more and more you generate faith and devotion to your Lama, then the Lama grants blessings and you experience that, and then you prosper, you develop in your path of practice. The reason why you visualize yourself as Vajra Yogini is like the example of Dakini Yeshithogal. She is the perfect example of someone who has undaunted faith and devotion toward the Guru. So that's why we use Vajra Yogini, meaning that we have the full potential to blossom our recognition of the Lama being inseparable, our ordinary Lama, this Lama that we see in flesh and blood, as the Dharmakaya Lama, flawless. And how do we see? Not through the screen of our judgment, not through the goggles of our judgment, but through the devotion, through our fervent faith and devotion, we see the Lama as inseparable from the Dharmakaya, Samanta Bhadras, or whomever, Longchen or whatever, whomever we want to call, inseparable. And if we do that, then the absolute empowerment, the final empowerment, the resultant empowerment happens at that moment. The final empowerment that we're supposed to receive is received at that time. So that triggers receiving. That triggers the occasion of receiving the empowerment. So yes, so no problem in seeing your Lama as equal, but not in the sense that you are ordinary. But if you see that you are Vajrayogini and your Lama is Vajrayogini, no problem with that.
Sorry. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Oh, okay, thank you. Kempola, I have a question about when it comes to visualization, it seems like I cannot visualize everything. It's not very clear. Is that something that we will be able to visualize as we practice more and I guess get more wisdom or something?
Yes, we practice along, then we will start to stabilize the image or the manifestation of this visualization more clearly. This is actually a measurement. Not being able to visualize clearly is a measurement that our practice is not so good. So more and more your visualization becomes clearer, then we are now, our measuring tape is becoming longer and longer. So our practice, so that's the measure, that's like the instrument that we measure our practice. So then the deities will become clearer, and further on that manifestation of the deity is not just some kind of form, but actually it's a wisdom manifestation. So, and that's the reason why we use deity visualization, is to break our notion of this reality. Right now, because we have very strong habit of form these things, so deities don't appear because our habit of grasping onto form to be real and so forth kind of obscures the appearance of deity, or obstructs the appearance of deity. And then even if we have some kind of even if you are able to generate the appearance of deity, then we have some kind of attachment, and we'll think, oh, it's nice, now I see that the deities are appearing and so forth. That's another level of our grasping habit. And there are three things actually. The first one is to have clear visualization, is to have is like a measurement or like a sign that our grasping habit is now disintegrating or falling apart. And then when we see those manifestations as unreal, then our notion of grasping onto reality and grasping onto a dualistic habit and so forth are now further disintegrating like that. And then when we see these deities and so forth, then we don't see them as dual, or we don't grasp them to be separate. And then in the practice, it's called to bring the confidence or the conviction or the deity pride, that the deity is me, I am the deity. That kind of pride you need to bring, not like the mundane kind of pride, but you bring that one. And that one is to break our habit of thinking that we are ordinary, that I'm this person in some sort of like that kind of, we have this strong conceptual notion, conceptual idea. So in order to break that, then we need to bring, when deities appear, then we need to think, this deity and my innate nature are never separate, and you need to generate that kind of pride called the deity's pride. So those kind of things are there. So those things will happen slowly by slowly. The thing is, you have to be focused. So when those things don't appear, you shouldn't feel depressed. Further, you should kind of focus on Guru Rinpoche's appearance. You could pick one aspect, like either his face or his eyes or his any expression, like his lips or his crown, the hat that he is wearing, or his vajra and so forth. So one aspect, you can focus on that one. And then when that becomes clear or clearer, then you can move on to another one like that. Never to drop. Like then you feel tired, and then you let go, and then you're just kind of distracted in worldly things, like things that are around your house, like that. So that's, you see how you're falling back into this objective grasping of thing. So then when you again focus and then bring in your mind, and then again concentrate, visualizations, those visualizations will happen. It's through practice you'll be able to develop that. Kempo Munsel, one of the lamas in our lineage, he mentions that when you're traveling, when you're on pilgrimage, then even when you're on your pilgrimage, you can actually remember your home. all the settings of your home, where is your kitchen, where's your bathroom, and so forth, very clearly. Likewise, then deity visualization becomes that clear that immediately you think of your home, you see everything clearly. Likewise, when you think of the deity, all the aspects like the facial expression and so forth, all the characteristics are, those appear. So it happens through practice.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Kempo, can I ask a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure exactly what you had said about this, but I've heard that in the Hinayana or Theravadan tradition, the arhats still have like um, sort of they're on the extreme of nirvana.
Mm-hmm.
And does that mean that you know the Theravadan path is somehow flawed?
Oh,
It's been
yes.
bothering me
Mm-hmm.
a little
Yes. From the Mahayana point of view, yes, their path has still has error, because that is not the fully perfect awakened state. So, and like Madhyamika or the Mahayana, their view or their philosophy is the view of emptiness, or view of Madhyamika, view that transcends all extremes. So they criticize, or they point that samsara is the extreme. Samsara is the extreme of suffering, and nirvana is the extreme of peace. So, in order for you to achieve fully awakened Buddhahood, you need to transcend those two extremes. So, and why does one get caught in that kind of extreme? Is because you only have the intention to bring nirvana or freedom from samsara for yourself. So with that kind of intention, you fall into that extreme. And then that's why the lamas tell us that in order not to fall in such kind of path, then we need to cultivate bodhicitta. And then bodhicitta is the one that brings forth the result of fully awakened Buddhahood. In our prayer, like we say, O Lama, O Guru Rinpoche, what's the word? Turn my mind towards Dharma, omniscient Lord, keep me from straying onto wrong or inferior paths. That's what it means. Like sometimes when we practice, then we think, oh, this path is not for me. Then I want to step down, and then I want to settle for something less or something easier for me. Then this path, this Longchen Nyingthig Ngondro, the cycle of Longchen Nyingthig, is the highest teaching of the Buddha. It is the heart essence. So then, to stray from that path or to settle for something less, in the classical Tibetan analogy, is called to step from a horse and ride a donkey. It's called. That's not the thing. I'm just giving an example. So, omniscient Lord, keep me from straying wrong or inferior path. So that is what it means. And you who are not separate from them, think of me. So Lama, then we are here supplicating to Guru Rinpoche, to Jigme Lingpa and Longchen Ba inseparable, and then our Lama there. So that's how you do. So it's not that we are trying to criticize the arhats or the Hinayana and so forth. When we don't have the qualities to, that we don't excel their realization, we can criticize, but what it means is there is a goal higher than what they attain. So we are seeking, or we are aspiring to achieve that. Even to be able to realize the selflessness of ego, it's profound, because they don't have I. They rid their I, they get rid of this notion of ego. That's why they don't have suffering of the body, they don't have pain, it's arhats, because they're not subjected to any kind of pain, because they don't have a notion, they don't have the sense of I, ego. Because they're able to rest in what is called cessation, or tangok. It's a philosophical terminology, but through the practice of engaging in those meditative states that they can bring forth. Because one of the meditation is they examine the whole body from head to toe and look for self, and they cannot find self, I, like that. So then that's how they discover or realize the selflessness. And then they think, oh, self is just a notion, that self is just a moment of thought that are grouped together. So then they remain in that one pointed concentration on recognizing that selflessness. That is called cessation. So they can remain there. And then there is peace there. That's tranquility, or they just get caught there. They go into deep meditation, a deep state of meditation there, and that is nirvana for them.
Would they be reborn as, would they return or not return?
There are 4 different states of arhat. There are some who return, and then after that, then they attain the state of nirvana. And some, they just within that life just rest in meditation or that cessation and then attain the state of arhat. So there are 4 different called Chunshuk, Chirong, Chirmyong. That one who enters the stream of that cessation, one who whose entrance into the cessation is being interrupted, and then they come back one more time, and then they carry on from there and attain nirvana.
Thank you.
Can't help myself. I have to butt in a bit because I'm a former Theravada practitioner, and being someone who's practiced or is trying to practice both paths, I always find myself trying to defend Tibetan Buddhism to Theravada practitioners and defend Theravada to Tibetans. In regards to the intention for practice, in 3 suttas of the Pali Tipitaka, the Buddha actually says that the best intention for practice is to practice for all sentient beings. So, I mean, not necessarily that every Theravada practitioner has the best intention, but the Buddha certainly advised those within that tradition that they should practice for all beings. As for remaining within a state of cessation, very often that is something you're advised against in Theravada. There are some traditions that seem to do that. A lot of the Burmese traditions, like Mahasi, Vipassana, there's this whole sort of thing of experiencing a cessation and extending it and dwelling in it. But then the Thai Theravada tradition very often warns against that and says that it's a false path, it's a wrong way. So I think sometimes it's like what we've got on paper and what is actually taught on the ground and in person, it can often be quite different.
Yes, yes. Because in the sutras, they're like advising those practitioners on the path of selflessness. Then it is mentioned, you know, if you include all beings in your path, then the path becomes shorter. It's, if you don't include, then the path becomes longer. See? So in that one, it's mentioned there. So it's not that they're completely unknown of that factor of generating the intention for all beings. It's not that. There are arhats who do that. There are arhats who. So, but we are just generalizing because to show the difference between the Theravadin path and the Mahayana path, like that.
Understandable, yeah. I mean, I've met many bhikkhus and bhikkhunis who are quietly practicing bodhisattva path as well. Yes. And it's not that they've necessarily received teachings from Mahayana or Tibetan traditions, although some have. I know one of my teacher's teacher you might have heard of him actually, Lama Kruba. He's otherwise known as Kruba Bunchum. He's from Shan State in Myanmar, and he's good friends with the Bhutanese king and has practiced in Bhutan before. But he only teaches Theravada, but he also practices Tibetan Buddhism. But then there's others that very quietly, they follow the bodhisattva path, but they don't have anything to do with Mahayana or Tibetan, but that's still their aim. So yeah, it's all a bit of a mix when you know you sort of start hanging out and chatting with some of them. It's quite interesting that way. It's not just like what you read in the books, you know.
Absolutely, that's true, because you know in the teachings and the guide it mentions that it is your intention that determines what kind of practice you are doing. So you could be doing Dzogchen practice, but if you don't have the intention, then it's not Dzogchen teaching. So similarly like that, your practice, those generalization are solely upon how you view reality, how you kind of we talk about absolute truth, and then that in expressing that absolute truth, that expression of that absolute truth according to their relativity or whatever, to their relation, determines which path they belong to. So the Theravadins, they have very distinct separation of samsara and nirvana. That's, you know, they have like samsara is not nirvana for them. So they have this whole separated phenomena. But then Mahayana, when you come to Mahayana, they don't really see the distinction between samsara and nirvana, because they're all together. It's just your intention. So then you see now how the path becomes, how do you say, how your view determines your path as narrower or vast, like that. And then now when you go to the Vajrayana path, it's even more profound of that one, that the Mahayana say in the absolute there's no duality. In the relative there is some kind of, illusory distinction of duality like that. But then the Vajrayana says that duality or that non-duality of the absolute that you are saying is actually here in this, that non-duality is actually applied even into this relative. So that determines how profound their view is. So in that consideration, or in that kind of distinction, the paths are categorized like that. But when it comes to practice, it's solely on that person, a person, an individual. If they're not able to do that, then you could be doing Dzogchen, but your approach is like a Theravadin or just an ordinary spiritual practitioner. Or if that Theravadin practice has that vast view, he or she might be practicing just as ordinary path of the sutra, but they are approaching from a vaster view. So it's solely dependent on the individual who is practicing. So there's no such thing like saying, oh, this is concrete like that. It's all. So what you're saying is absolutely true. So absolutely valid. Yes.
Temple, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's echoing, but I can hear you. Yes.
I don't know why it keeps on echoing.
You have like two device going on.
Yeah, because.
Yeah, that's what.
Okay, let me turn off the phone.
Maybe you need to turn your volume down and then it will work.
I can't hear anybody. Why is that?
So you can just like turn off one of your account, like just log out of one, just attend the Zoom meeting with one account and it won't have the echo. Or just turn off your audio of one of the audio and speaker.
Okay, Jim, what's your question?
I don't think he can hear. I think he was using his phone to hear us.
Oh, I see. Oh, today we got 1200 refuge. Before we forget, I have to fill in our logbook. It's not much, but it's a steady one.
Rinpoche, so basically the Theravada is a more like dualistic kind of view, like compared to there's like a
would say dualistic view. It's more, we cannot say dualistic view, but more narrower than other. Dualistic view.
because there's still like a separation of samsara and nirvana, like a reference point.
Yeah, you could say that too. You could say that because their Buddha is outside. Their Buddha is then our Buddha is within. So that's the.
Kempo, can you hear me now?
I guess dualistic in a different sense. Ours is also some kind of dualistic, but it's saying it's within. But our dualistic is a little bit better because it's not separate. They're never parted. So I guess you could say dualistic. Yes, I guess you could say that because philosophically what they're saying is you still have a notion of something that is existing. So in their view, they have the notion that there is this the word is indivisible moment of consciousness, indivisible atomic particle. Those two exist for them. So indivisible moment of consciousness is the final separation between this awareness or consciousness that grasps onto ego. So that's the final, that's like the that's like the final thing you could see of its existence. It's the indivisible moment of the Shepa Kechik Chamid, yeah. It's called the indivisible moment of consciousness or awareness. And then of these elements existing, then they break down just like scientists, and they say it's the indivisible atomic particle, which cannot be further divided anymore, which cannot be further divided. That's like the final, if you could call what you say, those electrons or whatever in terms of light, or which cannot be further divided. They go to that kind of profundity. Their meditation they can absorb in that kind of meditation of seeing the profundity of this consciousness that cannot be broken further anymore, and then of the universe, that indivisible subatomic particle or whatever you have that. But what they come to assert is those two are the final thing, and which kind of exist in a true reality. So then they fall into some kind of eternalist position of saying those exist truly. But Madhyamika and so forth, they say that there is no such thing as truly existing. Because so then from that point of view, yes, you could say they have the duality of positing or asserting there is something truly existing.
Kempo, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Kempo, I'm sorry about the phone issue earlier. My question is it okay for us to have pictures of Buddhas and Yidams and Bodhisattvas in our room? The reason why I'm asking you this is because I was raised as a Vietnamese Mahayanist Buddhist, and my mom used to have this, or I guess this rule that, or this no where we're not supposed to have pictures of Buddhas in our room because of, I guess, intimacy with our partners or whatever it is. But and this also comes back to the intention that you were talking about. I tried to explain to my mom the fact that, since I've been practicing Vajrayana Buddhism, or I kind of switched over to Vajrayana over the past 10 plus years, that it's all about the intention, and it's also all of a personal, I guess, not advancement, but, to evolve into, what's it called, to being enlightened in this lifetime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's.
I don't know. I don't know if that made any sense.
Yeah, there is this thing. There is like a thing. If you are not able to keep it purely, then it's not really advisable, because like we have so many now prints of deities and so forth and texts and so forth, then we don't care, we just kind of toss them around like newspaper or those kind of thing. Then in that regard it's not good, because you disregard Buddha, because the back of your mind, you have some kind of habit that you don't value Buddha anymore. So that they are also right, your parents are also right, because then if you see Buddhas all the time and you don't appreciate or you don't regard them with that kind of understanding, then it's not helpful for your development of your practice. So, and that's you don't have Buddha's picture in your bathroom or those kind of thing, because first of all it's disrespectful to have a Buddha in the bathroom, but now you see people have statues in the bathroom and all of those, because they think it's kind of very exotic or whatever, those kind of thing. To them, then they think it's just an object. It's just an object of decoration. But for us, it's not a decoration. It's a reminder of the Buddha qualities. So if it reminds you of the Buddha qualities, it's fine. But and then if it doesn't, then yeah, it's then you have to
Oh, no,
kind of.
no. I quite understand that. I'm just saying that because, like, for example, we don't have anywhere else to practice, because in Vietnamese the term to practice is called han jay, and the thing of it is the house, at this house we have a main altar downstairs. In my room I have like what I call a table of practice, or or in Vietnamese we call it kamang han jay. And I have all these pictures of yidams that I've received empowerments for. I've never done anything that could disregard the Buddhas in any ways, but it's just the general rule that my mom used to say that, you can't have pictures in your bedroom. And not that I have done anything in my bedroom. And I know this is kind of personal and private, but I just wanted to get clarification.
Yeah, sure. So in that one, then you should be secret about your, if your parents are kind of concerned about that, then you should have all those pictures in some kind of enclosure, like in a cabinet or some kind of thing. And then when you're not practicing, you shut the thing so they don't see. And then, they don't generate any kind of how do you say,
Understood.
some kind of a different kind of a bad feeling about the deities, because then they are creating unconsciously bad karma. They're not intentionally
Understood.
creating it, but then eventually we want them to meet the profound path like that tantra and so forth. But then if they see those kind of deities and if they are offended and so forth, then they create the disruption of that connection toward the tantra, to tantra. So then you can kind of be secret about it, and then just put a drape or put a curtain or whatever you like, and when you practice you do it, and then when they come you just kind of close. That's the case like that, because tantra is like that. It's practiced secretly. Why it's so open in Tibet is because everybody practiced tantra, so they didn't care. And then that moved out of Tibet, and then it kind of opened, and then everybody thinks, oh, it's permissible, but it's not. So that's why sharing those kind of things on internet or social media is one thing we need to be careful about. And that applies to the teachings too.
Okay, I understand, Kempo. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, so do that, yeah. Okay, anybody else now? We'll close because remember we have puja at 10:30.
Okay, I saved my question for next time so that you can get some rest.
Okay, okay. Everybody have a
Thank you,
very
Kempo.
good
Rest
weekend.
well.
Okay. Touch the leg and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Have a good
Thank you
weekend.
so
See you
much, Kempo.
tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Who is it? Kempo,
Aho.
I have to take this laptop so they can put programs in it after 12 o'clock. Will we be done? Do you think? By 12?
12 o'clock, yeah. Maybe not 12 o'clock. It'll take a little bit longer, yeah. Maybe one.
Okay. I'll
one.
change the time for, thank you.
Okay.